What are we doing today? We are doing some Path of Exile. The Path of Exile Crucible League started yesterday. I wanted to play it yesterday, but I didn't get the patch downloaded early enough, and then I also had to mess with loot filter stuff. So I didn't play it yesterday. We're playing it a little bit today. So why Path of Exile? Well, because this is the best ARPG out there. Yeah, I thought I'd start recording a little bit of it. We'll see how far we get. I play SSFHC, which, for those who are not familiar with these terms, will explain in a bit. But yeah. So yeah, I didn't play it last league because it coincided with the World of Warcraft expansion. But I've played the previous 4 or 5 leagues, something like that. So first of all, what is a league? If you're not familiar, a league is just a major patch that they put out, and then they like reset the ladder, similar to how they do in Diablo 3 or Diablo 2, where they reset the ladder so that people can compete, starting all on an even playing field to try to get to the top. But in Path of Exile, there are major there's like major gameplay mechanic additions with each league. And then some of them they don't keep around. It's only a one-time thing, and then other ones they add to like the core game, or whatever the right terminology is. So the current one, the Crucible League, they've got some overpowered mechanic thing where your weapons are just straight up more powerful, because they got some extra special ability stuff in them, which is it's just a permanent power creep thing if they were to keep it in the game. So pretty sure they're deleting it after this season, but yeah, anyways. So yeah, these are all dead hardcore characters from previous leagues. But we are, of course, not going to play that. We are going to create a new character. We're going to play, the current league is Crucible. We're going to play hardcore and solo self-found. So hardcore means if your character dies, it is no longer in the league. It's not permanently dead, like in some other games. Instead, it gets transferred to the standard league, so it's no longer hardcore, and it's also no longer in the Crucible League. So the standard league has like all the old league stuff, but it doesn't have the current league stuff in it. So it's kind of obsolete, but you can continue playing your characters on standard if you have a character that you just like really enjoyed. But yeah, we're gonna play hardcore Crucible now. Okay, so character class in this game.
To be swift and strong. What did you do with your gifts, duelist? You squandered them.
Each of the
Sin has led you here.
each of these characters have their own sort of backstory, but they got exiled from the
grand arena.
the big city or whatever. You get sort of like exiled by the Pope or whatever, that sort of thing. Yeah, as far as the skills goes, the skills in this game, every character can use every skill, but there's like this giant passive tree where each of these start in different areas. So the witch starts in like the pure magic area, whereas the marauder starts in like the pure strength area. And then there's something called ascendancies, where you get to a certain point in the game, your character can sort of transcend being a marauder, and he can become one of either like a chieftain or a juggernaut, or I don't remember what the other one's called. You get one of a few options. So that's where your character class really becomes the most important, is for their ascendancy. So when people are trying to like create a build in this game, they're largely basing that build around having a certain ascendancy. But my favorite character class is the Scion, who is like sort of the most balanced of all the characters, and specifically she has like easy access to all the skills in the game, basically. So if you don't really know what you want to play, she's a very good starting character option type of thing. So yeah. We gotta name her. Shoot. Let's see. We're gonna call her... I should have picked out a name. Let's just start going through my World of Warcraft character names and see what sticks. Okay. First one. So yeah, you start off here on the beach.
Why not just execute us and be done with it, Dominus?
You got oh, I completely forgot to say we are part of the reason we're playing this is to show that this game is way better than Diablo 4. Important thing to note. Let's turn off the chat here. How do we do that? Turn off the global chat. Turn off the local chat. Turn off the whispers. All right. So yeah, this game's got a little overlay map thing like in Diablo 2, Diablo 3. There were a lot of complaints about this not being in Diablo 4. I have a feeling they'll add it, but if they hadn't already been planning on adding it, it might take them a little while to do so. So yeah. Anyways, this guy gets eaten by a zombie, and then we get here our Spectral Throw skill gem. So you put the skill gem in a socket on your item. This is a active skill gem, whereas there are also passive skill gems, which we'll see in a bit. But this one gives you the ability called Spectral Throw, which throws out this spectral copy of your weapon, and yeah, it does a little bit of damage. It's not great. And oh, this is new. Let's kill a couple guys here. Normally you just run past these guys, but I want to read what this actually does. Because, yeah, this is new. Prismatic Burst Support. Supports attacks, causing them to trigger the Prismatic Burst spell. Cannot support triggered attacks or attacks used by things other than you. Cannot modify the skills of minions. Okay, supported skills will trigger Prismatic Burst on hit. Using an element at random and deals damage of that type in an area. Okay. So it does a little bit of AoE damage every time it hits. It's got a cooldown time. So you can't just use some ability that hits ridiculously fast and get a ton of value out of it. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. The Spectral Throw actually does get multiple hits relatively quickly. At the very end of its path, it sits there for a second and does repeated hits to the enemy. So you can get if the enemy's at just the right distance, you can get multiple hits out of that. All right. This guy is so like a year ago, they made the first 2 acts of the game way harder. I don't know if they've done any kind of balancing on that in the past, in this patch or the previous patch, or league, I should say. So yeah, this guy pulls the sword out of himself and heals to full health when you get him to half health. So it's kind of annoying.
I have nothing more to give.
Gotta use our little mana potion here so that we can keep throwing our little
Exile.
things.
I'll not be joining you today, dead man.
So yeah, we got level 2. Now we can see, so we got the big old skill tree as the Scion, our character class that we chose. We start here in the middle. So we can pick any of these nodes next to our starting location. And you kind of want to go towards whatever type of build you're trying to create. So, for example, there's like cast speed stuff over here and spell damage if you want to go up towards this area, which is the magic section of the tree. Whereas more of the physical damage type of stuff is down here. And then if you want to play like a ranged, like a bow type of character, you're going to end up going this direction. Or, well, generally, like any kind of dexterity type of character, you might go down this way. There's definitely good things in all sections of the tree. But just to try to maximize towards a certain build, you want to go for something that's really going to help you with whatever specific skills that you're trying to use. I'm gonna go with a bow character. Usually I've been creating either a bow character or a spell character, specifically a spell slinger build, which is like this wand attack build that shoots out a bunch of extra spells when you do your wand attack, which is pretty cool. But I think I'm gonna go with the bow build. So we want to go down and to the right, essentially, because there's a bunch of like bow damage stuff down here and other areas. So the stuff that gives projectile damage, that increases damage for your bow attacks, so it's pretty good. So that's how we're gonna start, is going down this way. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Since we are playing a hardcore character, it's I could die at some point here in Act 1 and then have to start all over. Stuff like that happens, but yeah. So yeah, after we kill Hillock, we gotta talk to this guy to get our quest reward. None of these skills are that great, really. As far as type of character we're trying to create, I'm gonna grab the splitting steel for now. Now we could potentially buy a bow from him, but you don't have much options, and it's like you can easily find a decent bow that'll be better than these. So we took the splitting steel ability, which I'm actually gonna replace our spectral throw ability, because that ability is actually pretty shitty, and splitting steel is kind of overpowered last I checked. So we're gonna change up our hotkeys here a bit. So first of all, I'm gonna put move only on left mouse click so that left clicking on enemies doesn't stop my character to attack when you're trying to not get killed. And then, why is this on here? I don't get it. That's a passive that shouldn't be even on the skill bar. Anyways, we'll put move only on middle click also, because otherwise that becomes annoying later. I never use middle click. So on right click, we're gonna have splitting steel, and then on T here, I'm gonna put call of steel. Yeah, and take off these things. So what splitting steel does is it shoots a little thing at an enemy, and it sticks them with a shard of metal. Sticks a shard of metal in them. It's got this thing called a impale mechanic, which is an enemy that's got an impaled on them is they take more damage each time they get hit for 5 hits, the next 5 hits. So it's kind of like a damage over time type of thing. But yeah, it's pretty good. Call of Steel, like, brings Impale Shards back to you. It's kind of hard to explain, but you'll see. So when I bring the shards back to me, I have a Steel Shards buff thing, which you see there's like these little things floating around me, and that makes your Splitting Steel ability do like a AoE damage type of thing. So it's really good.
I have nothing more to give.
So yeah, you want to just keep using Splitting Steel and keep using Call of Steel to make sure that you are you always have a bunch of steel shards. I forgot to explain earlier though, so the way the active skill gems and the passive skill gems work is most of your types of gear has sockets on it, and so in order to use an active skill gem, it has to be in a socket on your items. And in order for a passive skill gem to do anything, it has to be linked, or I shouldn't say passive skill, the correct term is a support gem. It has to be linked to an active skill gem. Yeah, for example, this rusted sword here has 3 gem slots, but they're not linked. So this does not give me the prismatic burst on the Splitting Steel like this. Whereas this one does. And the reason you can tell is you get a little letter in the corner of your icon on the ability bar, which is like indicates which support gems you have with that active ability. So yeah. So yeah, we are... I should probably talk flasks also. So your health and mana potions that you start off with, they're called flasks. So these are life flasks and mana flasks. And specifically the way they work is you get charges. They consume a certain amount of charges to drink from them. And then you get charges back by killing enemies. So if you go up against a really tough enemy that you can't kill, you'll be drinking your flasks, but you won't be able to get charges back. And you'll run out of flask charges, and you'll basically have to flee the fight or die. So it's kind of a mechanic that prevents you from jumping into anything too difficult. Although usually you just get clapped in one hit if you go into enemies that are too difficult anyways. But yeah. Okay, so skill gems have levels to them. So as you gain experience, you'll level up your skill gems. So that's the buttons here on the right side. So we can level up our Splitting Steel and our Prismatic Burst support to level 2. And yeah, they deal more damage. It's nice. As you can see, these fire breathing guys deal a bunch of damage. Very annoying. Now this here on the ground is the new league mechanic. League mechanics, like I was talking about earlier, is every new like season of the game they come out with some new league mechanic, and they give good rewards relative to just killing regular enemies. But they do tend to be pretty dangerous. And this early in the game, specifically like Acts 1 and 2, primarily here in Act 1, we just have so little gear that it's very risky to try to do this right now. Part of it's because of how I was talking about earlier, how they made Act 1 and 2 relatively more dangerous, but also just sort of the scaling this early in the game is really poor currently. Like going up against rare enemies at this point would be very bad. So as a hardcore character, I'm gonna be skipping that for a little while until I feel more comfortable. So this character is a unique monster, and I have to be very careful here. I'm actually out of mana. This is really bad. Shit. I need to get away. That's a dead end. Uh-oh. If I get surrounded, I might actually die. It's really bad that I don't have mana. Alright, leveling up gave me mana so that I can kill things again. That was very bad. I want to grab those items. So later in the game, of course, you don't pick up every item on the ground, but this early in the game, actually selling even white items is relatively valuable. I'm not sure if I can kill her, or if I'm gonna run out of mana again. Let's see.
I have nothing more to give.
Her little rain of fire thing does a lot of damage last time I checked,
Far
so
too much baggage.
it's not something you want to mess with. Yeah, we have a bunch of random crap that I'm just gonna go back and sell real quick here from this waypoint. We also had to level up so we can put a point into probably projectile damage. We do need to keep an eye out for a good bow. But yeah. Now this... Ooh, I don't know what the... Yeah. So this early in the game, using your identify scrolls, the scroll of wisdom is you have very few of them. So I am not going to identify any of these things. I'm just going to sell them. The stats on these items, actually I'll identify the flask and use it, I guess. Well, even that's not really a great... that's probably actually not worth it. Let's actually put these boots on because they have linked sockets as opposed to two separate sockets. So those boots might be more useful than these ones. Yeah, let's look at the vendor over here real quick. How's this guy level 97 on day 2? That's ridiculous. Anyways, yeah, so you can buy life flasks and mana flasks from this vendor. So you see here, I could use a scroll of wisdom to identify this small life flask, but I could just buy a small life flask for 1 scroll of wisdom. So it's like barely better than buying a small life flask, but small life flasks are worth so little. Because I can already use a medium life flask, which gives you more than twice as much health from using it. So, yeah, small life flasks are pretty bad. So, I'm not gonna buy a medium life flask right now, though. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna just keep this small life flask. We can sell 3 small life flasks at once later on. Well, we could do it right now if we wanted to. And then it's called a vendor recipe. They give you back a life flask of 1 level higher. So you can sell these 3 to get a medium life flask if I wanted to right now. But currently, I would say having 2 small life flasks is better than 1 medium life flask. So, once we get a second medium or higher life flask, that's when I would get rid of these small life flasks. But yeah. So anyways, let's grab this stuff. Oh, we got armor now. So we got a little shield over our health bar there. This comes from our energy shield on our helmet and on our chest piece. So it works like life, except it recharges over a few seconds if you don't get hit for like 5 seconds straight or something. So if you're taking constant damage, it's definitely not as good as life. But it's fine if you're only taking intermittent damage, I guess you could say. Anyways, back to killing things.
I have nothing more to give.
Yeah, these guys are like champion monsters or whatever. I don't remember if that's the term that they use in this game. But when they glow in blue, They are tougher than regular. Alright, we got a rare chest armor. So that one's probably worth identifying. Because like the overall stats, just the base stats, it was, instead of 16 energy shield, it was a combination of like 12 energy shield or something and evasion rating. So basically it's a higher tier of armor than this, and it's rare, so it's that's why I used the identify scroll on it. In this case, whereas that weapon from earlier, I didn't use the identify scroll. And as for items that I'm picking up on the ground, I'm gonna be selling all these things basically. So that's why I'm grabbing most of the stuff I see on the ground. Any really big items aren't really worth picking up because they take up too much inventory space relative to how much they sell for. So yeah, pick up all the small things for sure. And also keep an eye out for anything at this point in the game. Anything that has 3 linked sockets is pretty good. So we're on a quest right now. We're looking for a certain dude that can be pretty dangerous. This guy. We need to kill this guy for a quest item. And shoots this cold shit at you. Which is, he doesn't always aim it perfectly at you. So sometimes you try to dodge it and you actually dodge right into the path of it. But yeah. As a melee character, this guy's a lot scarier. Because you have a lot harder time dodging the stupid attack.
Far too much baggage.
But yeah. Let's see here. We actually had a 3 link here, but so I guess I didn't mention earlier, you have these gem slots and your gems have to match the color of the gem slots. With the exception of later in the game, you might occasionally, very rarely, come up with a white gem slot, and that can be used with any gem. But apart from that, you gotta have the gem color matches the gem slots. So a 3 link at this point is good, except the problem is, well, apart from I'm already having a rare armor, which is a little bit better. But the problem is these gem colors aren't very helpful for my current build. Or what I'm trying to go for, which is a bow build. So red gem stuff is for strength. Blue is more for magic. Green is for dexterity type of stuff. So So yeah, this isn't that great. But yeah, let's move some stuff around here. We can grab another thing here, and we're gonna drop the scale vest and take this medicine chest. That's the quest item that we came here for. Oh, we have this blue here. We're gonna take that instead of our simple robe, I guess. So white items will sell for portions of identify scrolls, scroll of wisdom. They call them like scroll fragments or something. Yeah, scroll fragments. So they're kind of useful to sell this early in the game. Whereas blue items, these will sell for probably these transmutation shards. I don't recall. So there's there's a few different types of items that you get from selling gear. So they're all collectively called currency items. We need to consider, are any of these an upgrade? Probably not. So yeah, we sell all this stuff and we get 1 scroll of wisdom plus 3 additional fragments and then plus some transmutation shards. So these will turn into an orb of transmutation when you get 20 of them. And then there's also the orb of augmentation, which those items do things. This is our quest reward, by the way. Normally you'll see everybody take a quick silver flask because there gives you move speed, and anyone who's trying to like speed run the game is definitely taking that. We'll just take it nice and slow with a life flask, be a little bit more safe. And then we also get to choose one of these support gems, which is nice. Some of these require level 4, which we are not quite there yet. But we'll be able to use them soon. So for our bow build, for what I want to be doing, I really want the pierce support ability. So I'm gonna grab that. Some of these other ones aren't bad either, and some of them may be better than what we have for our current build. But we don't have a 3-link item yet to take advantage of that. So now that we have a medium life flask, though, we'll sell our small life flasks so that we have 2 medium life flasks. Yeah. So also we could buy gems here. These are some of the gems we've seen so far offered as quest rewards, and some of them are just other gems available this early in the game. If you start off as a different class, you'll see a lot fewer gems. You can't buy all these gems as other classes, last I checked. They may have changed that in the last couple patches, but probably not. So for a bow build, what I want to do is get Caustic Arrow is my go-to bow ability. But yeah, like I said, we don't have a bow yet. We could look again at buying a bow. This bow does more damage than the crude bow by a little bit, but we don't actually have enough dexterity to use it yet, and it's requires level 5, so we're still not going to be buying a bow.
Welcome.
Yeah, we're just gonna continue with what we got for the moment. Heading to the mud flats. And there's that new Crucible League mechanic again, which we are avoiding for a little while still. We did level up again, so let's get more projectile damage. And so yeah, for our current quest, we have to find the Roa nests. So these weird I don't even know how to describe them. They're sort of like weird freaking bird-ish creatures. But yeah. We have to go to their nests and just grab these little quest items out of their nest. So there's 3 nests in this area that we gotta go to. So we're just kind of running around looking for those so that we can move on to the next area. I'm not doing a good job at using Call to Steel to make sure I constantly have steel shards. And I am also frequently running out of mana. And not using my mana potion preemptively like I should. So, yeah. Definitely not playing well, but also haven't played this game in several months, so I hope you'll forgive me. So yeah, we got 2 of the items so far. There's a 3rd one we still gotta get. I kind of want this quiver here. So when we do get a bow, we want a quiver to go with it, because that will make our attacks do more damage, our bow attacks.
I learn, I kill, I live. Far too much baggage.
I guess we'll put this here. And we did level up again, so more projectile damage. I didn't mention earlier, so these Roa guys that charge at you, Ever since they
More to give.
made Act 1 significantly harder, those guys are actually... They can put you in hit stun very easily if they hit you with their charge attack. So you can get kind of like stun locked to death if you aren't careful. So that's why I'm being very careful to dodge their charge ability. Gonna click it. There we go. So now we can move on to the next area that we got our things with the 3 glyph things. And we are level 5 now. Get another waypoint, so it's a good time to go back to town. Sell all the stuff that's hogging up our inventory, and also get another quest reward for doing that. So these are not very useful for our build. Guess for now we'll take a decoy totem. It's really not useful for our build though. And then so we can get a little teleport ability or a dash ability, which is pretty much a teleport ability, or a defensive ability that absorbs a bunch of damage for a very short period of time. So you can only how do I put this? These teleport sort of abilities share a cooldown, and similarly defensive type abilities, these are called guard skills, those share a cooldown as well. Yeah.
Farewell.
Kind of limits your defensive ability by doing that.
Hello, Exile.
Yes?
But that's the way it is. So yeah, let's sell this stuff. Like I said, we're gonna keep our quiver. We can actually put this in our weapon. Oh, maybe we can't without a bow.
What little help I can offer.
Okay, I guess we're not doing that. So yeah. Now since we got that quest reward that unlocks more gems that we can buy, so we can definitely buy. We took the shielding ability, steel skin, but we can definitely buy one of the movement abilities. And we could also buy like a damage ability also if we wanted to. Or even a non-damage ability. There's other active abilities besides just pure damage. We're gonna want Shrapnel Ballista when we do get a bow. I'm actually just gonna buy that right now. Having it in your gear will allow the gem to gain experience. So it's since I know I want to do that, that's why I'm buying that right now. As for movement abilities, I like Frostblink better than Dash. But the problem is Frostblink is it's a intelligence based ability. So to be able to level up the Frostblink gem, we're gonna have to have more intelligence. And you primarily get intelligence and strength and dexterity based on nodes on the passive tree. So you'll see down here, for example, the direction we're going, we're going to get lots of dexterity nodes for free. But we are not going to get much strength or intelligence going down that direction. So we could go a different direction to grab strength or intelligence nodes. Like this node over here gives 20 strength, for example. And some other stuff. But yeah, that's why...
Hello.
That's why I'm not gonna go Frostblink right now, is because it's, I'm not gonna have the intelligence to be able to level it up. I am not an expert on dash really, but I'm assuming the cooldown reduces when you level it up. So yeah, we're just gonna be dashing.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Oh, I forgot to mention, I should have mentioned at the start also, Path of Exile is a free game on Steam, except there's an in-game shop, and your item stash starts with like 4 tabs, I think. So you can definitely play through for like let's say like 10 hours or so before that really becomes a problem. At which point you would want to consider buying stash tabs. So I have $60 total worth of stash tabs. Some of them are special stash tabs. For example, this one, you set it up to take currency, and then even if you're on a different tab, anytime you shift, control left click a currency item from your inventory, it will go to that tab that is assigned to currency. So it kind of stacks up all these currency items in one convenient spot for you. You can, on a regular stash tab, just assign it to currency, and then let's take these back out. And then, so you can do it like that and fill up a stash tab with currency without having the special currency tab if you want to. But later in the game, because currency stacks to a limited amount in the inventory squares and these regular squares, you'll fill up this tab fairly quickly. Whereas on this special currency tab, it fills up, the stack size limit is increased to like 5,000 or something. Whoops, we didn't change it back to currency here. Yeah, the stack size on this tab goes up to like 5,000 or something. So yeah, that's why you would want to get this currency tab, for example. You can also get a special one for unique items, so that your unique items are all in one convenient place. And essentially this can hold up a shitload more items than a regular stash tab, obviously. Because this allows one of every unique item in the game, but that's only one. So if you get a second unique item of the same exact unique item, it won't be able to fit in here. You'll have to put it in a regular tab. This maps tab is for late game, which I shouldn't say late game. I should say like end game. After the main story campaign. So I may or may not get there because I may or may not die on the way to getting to that. But if you are new to the game, definitely don't buy this until you get to that point in the game. Except that really what you want to look for specifically, like I said, I spent $60 on stash tabs, but you specifically want to wait for the stash tabs to be on sale. The stash tabs are on sale like once every 4 weeks or something. Or maybe it's like a 1 weekend only. I don't know exactly how the sales work, but you'll see these will be like 30% off or something on most of the stash tab item things. So for mine, I got like the currency stash tab, I got map stash tab, essence stash tab, and what was it? Unique stash tab. So I got those kind of later on when they were on sale. But my first expenses were just on stash tab bundles. But like I said, that's only when they're on sale was when I got them. So you can see I got a total of 14 stash tabs, I believe. I believe you start at 4. I got like 14 stash tabs plus these special stash tabs for a total of $60. So yeah, free to play game, but when you get to end game, you really need the extra space in your stash. End game, late game, whatever you want to call it. Alright, let me fix my hotkeys here. So now we have our dash ability. We also have our steel skin ability to absorb some damage. We also have the decoy totem, which will taunt monsters, apparently. I don't think I've ever actually used this. Because there's if you're doing a melee build, usually you use Ancestral Protector Totem. And then if you do an ranged build, you usually use what was that called? I already bought it. Shrapnel Ballista this early in the game. So, and then if you're doing like a magic build, you'll use a different totem, like a spell casting totem. So, so yeah, decoy totem. Where'd it go? Decoy totem is very not recommended. In fact, I probably should have just bought Ancestral Protector Totem. But I'm not too keen on spending more of my currency right now. So so yeah, let's just kill some more stuff.
I have nothing more to give.
And actually for that, oh, we do have a portal scroll. Okay. I was gonna say usually I buy a portal scroll if I don't have one. Because we got a quest to go to the flooded depths to kill a guy, but it's kind of out of the way. So the meta strategy is to leave a town portal These siren people shoot this little cold damage stuff at you, which can freeze you and then kill you if you get unlucky. We're trying to dodge these ranged attacks as much as possible. But oh yeah, we could also use our steel skin to absorb a bit of damage. But really, you really don't want to get frozen. So that's what we're trying to be very careful about. The danger is more when you get like a pack of champions or like a rare guy. This is a unique monster, so a little bit different. But still pretty dangerous. So yeah, using our splitting steel still, we're trying to just keep cutting and keep using Call of Steel so that we keep having the steel shards, and keep using mana potions so that we can keep doing damage. Alright, we got him. So yeah, we are still looking for the way down to the flooded depths. So there'll be a little icon on the mini-map, or the map, the overlay map. Which, it's there, down there right now. We really need more damage. Yeah, like I said, this is where the meta strat is leave a town portal. So we will run ahead further in the act, and we will take a waypoint back to town when we find it. And then from town, we will come back through this portal to do this quest. The problem is, once you leave this area that we're in currently, this instance of the submerged passage gets deleted after like 8 minutes or something. So once we get to the next area, we're on a timer to get to the waypoint, get back to town, and get back through this portal before it closes. It doesn't close. It doesn't start the countdown until you leave this area, though. I'm not actually sure if this ability does more damage. It says attack damage 78% of base, so I guess this does deal more damage if you have a better weapon. So I should have probably been paying more attention to that. We could use this two-handed weapon here if we wanted to. To deal more damage. I'm not sure if that's worth it. I'd rather stick with a one-handed and a shield. Except we are kind of lacking in options. The shield's an upgrade. We we can get this also. Evasion rating and armor and all resistances. So generally the bigger the node is, the better stuff it gives you. Some of these ones though are sometimes have like negatives attached to them, so you definitely want to read them before you spend points in them. Oh my god.
I have nothing.
We almost died there. So yeah, we could really use some better DPS. For our splitting steel to work, we have to have a sword or axe equipped. So we can't just use any weapon. Considering how close we were to dying there, though, I keep forgetting to even use the decoy totem. I'm not used to trying to use it. That might have saved our ass. But what I'm gonna do is we're just gonna use this two-handed sword here. We gotta take off that and put this in here. And that's gonna make our splitting steel ability do a lot more damage. Still not great. It's still a relatively weak two-handed sword. Oh, we want this item. But yeah, it's still a relatively weak two-handed sword. But Path of Exile is one of those best defense is a good offense type of things. I think we kind of need to go up to the right, I'm guessing. Yeah, these guys are a pain. Trying to not get beat up. Yeah, we are getting to inventory saturation again. Not great. Let's take this scare mask, I think. Got a green and blue socket. And then this axe would be an upgrade for our current build here. Although, I keep saying we're trying to get to a bow build. We'll see how long it takes us to get a bow for that. Possible a bow dropped on the ground and it didn't even register in my brain though. So yeah. We could use. Ooh, do we use a one-handed axe with the shield, or do we use the two-handed axe? Holds a 20. Yeah, the two-handed axe is definitely a higher level of item. So let's do that. Because with the new helmet here, we still have a blue and green socket linked. Otherwise, we would not be able to keep that combination of gems going. So let's grab that. Oh, there's a bow right here. I keep talking about need a bow. Finally got a bow. Oh, I don't have the dexterity for it yet. So once we get this point here for 10 dexterity, then we'll have an dexterity. We're only 1 point short. Is this a dead end up here? I'm not sure. Wow, a 3-link bow. That's what we need. Alright, we are definitely moving to the bow abilities. Even though it's not like a magical bow or anything. It's, the playstyle will be dramatically improved. Yeah, I guess we're going down here on the map. Down to the right. Oh, let's get our pierce ability here in the socket. We're definitely going to be using that soon. But yeah. We're going to level up here in a second. And we'll be able to switch to our bow. But we don't actually have our bow skill yet. We'd have to go back to town for that. So we're going to actually wait till we get back to town at the next waypoint. Like I said. And we're going to have to be very quick about getting that stuff equipped so that we can go back through the town portal before it closes. But yeah, there's our 10 dexterity. We could use that to free up inventory space though, so that's good. Alright, so here we're at the ledge, just trying to get to the waypoint. We don't necessarily want to kill too many guys. The longer we take to get to the waypoint, the more likely that the town portal is going to close. And then we will be kind of, we will essentially have wasted a town's portal.
Have but a moment's respite.
So yeah, gotta dodge the attacks. Keep leveling our stuff up. Ow. Scroll of Wisdom is always nice. Well, I mean, this early in the game, of course. Got an iron ring. That's good. Rings are very rare this early in the game. So even if it's a white quality, you want to pick them up. Because you don't have one equipped yet. Alright. So, yeah. We want to sell things fairly quickly, like I said earlier. Get moving on to our portal, but we also want to I'll keep that around for now.
Stay sharp out there.
Hello.
We'll just leave that in there. And then we need our caustic arrow ability. Where is it? Caustic arrow ability. We need we have a pierce already. We're gonna use pierce with caustic arrow. We would like to we're gonna put shrapnel ballista on here. We'd like to also have a pierce support for our shrapnel ballista, our little turret thing, but we don't have a link socket. We don't have two green ones linked together right now. So this probably doesn't work with this, does it? Maybe it does? We'll see if that works. Maybe Prismatic Burst works with that.
While we live, we are blessed.
But yeah, either way. We just need to go before the portal closes. But also, we need to get back... yeah, we have a portal scroll. We need to get back to the waypoint in the other zone. Before that instance resets, or else what happens is we'll get back to the waypoint in a new zone, and then we won't know which direction we need to go towards the next zone. So then it's like a 50-50 of whether or not you're going backwards. So yeah, we want to essentially get through this area quickly enough that we don't have that problem. So yeah, our little shrapnel ballista turrets are very good damage. Whereas our caustic arrow puts little puddles of acid on the ground, which is good damage over time. But the reason you go caustic arrow at this point in the game is because it's not based... The damage over time isn't based on the damage of your bow. So it's a fairly decent ability even when you have a crappy bow like we currently have. Other abilities will be better if you have a better bow. But when you have a crappy bow, caustic arrow is really good. The shrapnel ballistas do damage based on how good your bow is. So it's definitely still good to have good bow damage, but not super critical. shrapnel ballistas shoot out little. They do like a shotgun projectiles thing, which is very good against single targets because it can hit a boss with all the hits of it. But when there's lots of little guys, it's not so great. But if you get the pierce support for it, then it's at least decent. But in this case, yeah, we are now replacing our helmet here. Which means we can get that pierce support for this shrapnel ballista like I wanted to. That will make it significantly better when there's multiple enemies trying to like group all clumped up. Very good like AoE damage type of thing. Considering our chest armor is rare, but it's really not very good on the base defensive stats on it because it's such a low item level. So yeah, we will replace that. Essentially, if we get something another tier higher with links like this one, but this one is like same tier.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Alright, so back through the waypoint. Hopefully the instance didn't close. Good. But yeah, we didn't actually get our quest rewards, so let's do that.
You managed.
Get a book of skill. It gives us another skill point. Very nice. What does this actually do? Yeah, we don't want that. So we're gonna keep going down this way. So currently we have like plenty of dexterity, so we don't really want the extra dexterity here. But our other options aren't very good, so we're kind of working our way towards this stuff that gives you much more bow damage, and there's other ones that give you lots of projectile damage, which happens to work with bow skills, obviously. And yeah, there's a bunch of good stuff down this direction that we're trying to get to. So that's why we're going that way. We could also go this way. If we find we need some strength for something, we can get a couple points of strength here, because also there's some life stuff over here that's definitely worth getting. So we'll go that direction when we feel like we have a need to. Alright, so yeah, we're currently level 8. I'm trying to think, am I forgetting anything? Oh, we do have another link that we could get with the caustic arrow.
Yes?
Or we could also, well, let's look real quick. Is there anything we want? Volley is actually really good with caustic arrow. We shall do volley. So volley is going to make it shoot out 3 caustic arrows at once in parallel. Which is just kind of gives you more AoE on the ground for the acid puddle, more coverage. And then I didn't actually mention this earlier, but the reason pierce support is great for caustic arrow is that when Caustic Arrow pierces an enemy, it drops a puddle. So you can actually get, just with Caustic Arrow and Pierce support, you can essentially get 3 puddles on the ground from one shot if it pierces 2 enemies. So yeah, with this setup, we're going to have tons of Caustic Arrow covering the ground, and our Shrapnel Ballistas going to be doing pretty good as well. We're not super great for single target damage. Really, we'd want another bow skill instead of Caustic Arrow for single target damage. But the Shrapnel Ballistas do pretty good single target damage. So yeah, just trying to keep an eye on the items that drop on the ground. This is actually a superior short bow, so it's a 10% increased damage, but it doesn't have the 3 links, so we're not gonna grab that. Oh yeah, so what I was intending to talk about earlier when I mentioned that we're level 8 is that the monster level for this area is level 6. Ooh, another large life flask. We don't really want that. Take this though. So yeah, the reason you care about your level compared to monster level is, apart from it affecting how much experience you get, is if you are more than 2 levels above the monster level,
I have nothing more to give.
You get lower drop rates also of items. So you essentially want to move on faster, skip more enemies if you become more than 2 levels above the monster level. Grab a couple items here. That's a unique kind of enemy that's not really worth killing. He's like really tanky. We're at the point where maybe it's worth trying the Crucible League mechanic. Just my nodes on the tree aren't really that great as far as giving me more like power to make me feel more comfortable with this, but the Shrapnel Ballistas are pretty good. Not only from the damage, but they also will tank some of the enemy's damage. And we'll be able to do lots of AoE damage with their Caustic Arrows. So let's see here. So I think this lets us select our bow as getting upgraded. Defeating the molten monsters will award experience awards, unlocking a passable tree for this item. Alright, we will just end it early and see what happens. Okay, that was, I guess you're supposed to hold it a little longer than that. Yeah, that was, a lot quicker than I expected. Just keep grabbing things that look good. We are grabbing things largely based on their sockets. Ooh. We don't want to give up steel skin here. We don't have enough strength to level up steel skin. So yeah, it would be very nice to have that strength there. But so these boots are definitely better than these boots, but that's our only red socket. So for survivability, we really want to keep steel skin on. So we're not gonna switch that up for now. But if we get, like, for example, gloves that have a red socket on it, then we can switch out these boots to put steel skin on the gloves. So we're kind of looking for something like that. Now our chest item, we could switch it out for this chainmail, but this chainmail is actually worse than our chest. So that's why we're not doing that. Alright, onwards! Ow. So those goat dudes are, they jump at you, which does a lot of damage. But also the caster guys put this flame shield thing around them, which explodes when you break it. Sort of like, whoops. Sort of like Shield of Vengeance for the Paladin in World of Warcraft. So you actually you really don't want to be nearby them when you pop that shield on them. We shall... Oh, it shows you while you're holding it how much experience it's getting. Interesting.
I have nothing more to give.
I don't know for these things if there's like some kind of breakpoint where there's suddenly going to be spawning rare monsters, and that will be very dangerous. Because those guys are definitely a little more difficult than the regular normal monsters already. So I'm just trying to be very careful that we don't die on this here hardcore character to some shenanigans. We really need a better mana flask. Oh, this guy. That guy shoots like a little volley of arrows in the sky. That shit does like a third of your health. Very scary. See that? Your health just gets massively chunked.
Far too much baggage.
None of these are actually worth anything. That's another unique monster guy. I tend to avoid him. That skeleton archer guy I tend to avoid also. But in this case I did not. Alright.
Glorious to Axiom.
So at this point in the game, we are... getting here is essentially completes another quest. So We want to come here and get a quest reward for that. And we are selling stuff, selling stuff, selling stuff. We got a rare wand. Interesting.
Farewell.
So the quest gives you another gem that you can get. So, I don't know how much this prismatic burst is actually doing on our shrapnel ballista. What I'm thinking is replace it with added lightning damage. Because that will also be... That'll be better for single target, theoretically, I think. Not entirely sure. Like I said, the way this reads makes me think it shouldn't actually work with your shrapnel ballista, but then it allows you to use it with the shrapnel ballista, so... I'm not really sure. I haven't been paying attention to if it's actually showing the little explosion looking thing on it. So maybe it's not actually doing the damage, but it's like somehow doing some other effect, which is why it's allowed to work with the shrapnel ballista. I don't know. What I do know is we want to buy something. We want a better single target. So I'm gonna actually move Caustic Arrow to T here. We're looking for Burning Arrow. Here it is. Burning Arrow is going to be our single target damage ability, and we really need some more gem links to use that with something else. We're lacking in options here. Could do like, yeah, there's definitely options. I feel like added fire damage support kind of makes the most sense for Burning Arrow for these options, but maybe I'm missing something else. Wait, what's this? To trigger. Interesting. That's not too bad. That's a new one. But yeah, let's
Goodbye.
keep going. we're gonna keep an eye out for better items. We could actually check the shop real
Welcome.
quick. See if there's anything really good for armor or gloves that will be worth purchasing. Not really. I feel like it's generally not worth buying something unless it's got free links already. I really want specific colors. This is probably better than what we have, but oops. Do I want to buy that? Or can I even buy that? I don't think I have an armor scrap.
Farewell.
Unless I put it in my stash earlier. Possible. Oh, we do have an armor scrap. So we could buy that.
Welcome.
But let's just hold out. It's also got a longbows on here now, which are significantly more damage than the short bow. It's a slower attack speed, but generally it's a higher tier item. It's definitely better. But we're gonna keep our relink set up for now. The price on those longbows isn't really worth it for a 2-link. So so yeah, still gonna use caustic arrows a lot, but now we have burning arrows for single target damage when we want to. So yeah, now we have, this is called a lab trial. Lab as in short for labyrinth. We have to do several of these to get into the labyrinth at around level 30. That'll be in like Act 3. We're still in Act 1, so it's a ways away. But you have to do all the lab trials to unlock the labyrinth. So you have to do this once per season or per league. So if I do this and then I die on a different character, or sorry, I die on this character and then play a different character, I don't have to do this again. You don't have to do the lab trials again. So yeah, it's just a bunch of booby traps and monsters. We gotta hit the switch and then come back this way. Oh! Did you see that bleed? So the steel skin ability we're using removes bleed. So that bleed instantly went away as soon as I clicked that, but that did a lot more damage than I remember. That was really scary. I'm gonna be very careful. I'm not sure if they increase the damage of those traps or something. Characters that are... some characters can relatively ignore those traps. Because they have like so much health regeneration and they have so much physical damage reduction that they're not really a problem. Yeah.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
I'm
I might just earn my
brain farting what my hotkeys are.
Your torment is over.
So yeah, that was worrisome. Alright, another small mana flask. We really need like a medium mana flask, or well, At this point, we really want like a large mana flask. But we'll take that anyways.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
So yeah, that's all you have to do for that lab trial. Is you just get to the end, click the thing. We got another ring. Oh yeah, I was gonna put strength for something. Oh yes, to level up my steel skin. Excellent. Being able to absorb more damage is great. Grabbing these items. Heavy belt, interesting. Let's actually use that. Heavy belt gives you a whole bunch of strength, which is not super amazing in a lot of cases, but that lets us worry about spending less points on getting strength on the tree. And also we might find some armor that's really good but needs a bunch of strength, so that'll like have us covered. A dead end. We don't have the int to level up our lightning damage support, so maybe that wasn't a great investment after all. Not that we have much options, since we have to put a blue gem in that socket, or nothing at all. Ow.
I have nothing more to give.
Got a bleed on me somehow. We'll grab those potentially to sell them. We might end up dropping them for better items. So yeah, it's generally not worth teleporting back to sell items. Because this early in the game, the portal scroll is... You have so few of them. We only have 2 of them. They're relatively valuable. Medium life flask, that's nice. We can combine that with our other medium life flasks to get a 3rd large life flask. A longsword, that thing's big. Yeah, keeping an eye out for any 3 links.
Got some frost enchanted guys here. And they're ranged guys, so that's fairly dangerous if you let them all shoot you at the same time. So the exit is on the mini map there, or the overlay map, but I'm not sure which direction we need to go. Do we go farther this way, or do we go down to the right? Annoying guys keep rezzing dudes. Ow.
I have nothing more to give.
Clarity gem. Clarity gives you mana regen. It's it like lowers your maximum mana essentially, but it gives you mana regen. And so it's really good early on if you have an extra blue gem slot to throw in there, which we currently do not. Let's see, so we're gonna go this way some more since we don't need more strength after all. And then I'm not sure if we're gonna go for these bow skills right away. We might get this intelligence node first. But let's do some more of this, although we are probably gonna replace this bow before it even gets the passive tree thing on it. So it's kind of a silly mechanic in that respect. Alright. Now we're going to the Warden's Quarters. So yeah, the lore in this game is not told super well. But this is Piety. She's a kind of mysterious bad guy early on. He does like horrible experiments on people and stuff. But yeah, we're not gonna fight her for a while, but we are gonna get a mini boss fight here that's relatively dangerous. So he does a couple really high damage abilities that if you get comboed by them, he'll two-shot you. He might even be able to get one-shot if you have really low health and slash gear. But we should generally be able to kite him with our... basically let our turrets do most of the work here. Or totems is the correct terminology. So we're trying to keep, we're gonna keep 3 turrets on the ground at once. If you try to put down a 4th one, the first one disappears. So we're trying to always keep our turrets up. Then we're trying to keep them in a pool of acid with the caustic arrow, and then after that, then single target damage with the burning arrow. So yeah, there's a bunch of blue items here. Not too important, but we can grab a couple of them just to sell. And then right out here, we're gonna get another waypoint to go back to town so that we can sell those. So yeah, if you don't have totems to kind of distract him for you, he's a really difficult fight. And sometimes he still even ignores your totems. So it's not super easy in any case. Right, some more stuff.
Take care.
We get a quest reward for killing that guy. None of these are that great for a bow build. I'm just gonna take Flame Dash.
Stay sharp.
Flame Dash is a pretty good ability.
Yes?
Just not for the bow build. And then that also gives us more gems that we can potentially buy. None of these are really anything I want except for Vitality. Gives you a passive life regeneration, which is really nice. Similar to how Clarity, like I said, gives you passive mana regeneration.
Farewell.
The
Welcome.
thing is, though, we really need another red socket to put the Vitality gem in. Let's check again if there's any gloves worth buying here. I don't know why this one costs an armor scrap, whereas this one costs a scroll of wisdom. They're both relatively crappy, so I'm gonna take the cheaper one. So yeah, we'll take that. That lets us put steel skin in here. We will put Clarity in there when we have enough
Farewell.
for that. We need to get our other stuff
What
in
little
there.
I can offer is yours.
And sell these gloves now. Oh yeah, we can swap out the boots now too. That's good. I didn't realize we had another ring already when I picked this one up. We can sell this ring. Not that it's much. We can sell our flasks for the large life flask. Alright. What else? Ooh, yeah, we can put Burning Arrow here, which will allow us to put it with the Prismatic Burst thing. Although, I mean, that's not that good. but whatever. And then we could get another blue gem with our burning arrow if we wanted to. Or yeah, we could switch up what stuff's in each socket. Prismatic burst. Actually, I'm thinking prismatic burst with the caustic arrow. Well, shoot. No. Yeah, we don't really have quite the right... Wait. We could do it up here. I don't know. I'm having trouble deciding. Let's not get too caught up on that. Let's buy that vitality gem though.
Take care.
I'm gonna put this on Control R for vitality. So that's our health regeneration aura. So yeah, now we have a permanent health regeneration. It just consumes a portion of our mana pool. But it's not like draining mana. So it's really, really nice. Ooh, large mana flask. Great. Oh, also we leveled up again. We do have... Okay, yeah. So we're gonna get the 10 intelligence here, so that we can put the clarity on here. We'll make that Control T for clarity. And you can see that uses up even more of our mana pool, but what it also does is it gives us a much higher base mana regen. So we're gonna need to use mana potions a lot less frequently with clarity. And similarly with the vitality on the health, we aren't gonna need to use our health potions as much because the vitality aura will regenerate a lot of small amounts of damage that we would otherwise have been using potions to heal up. But yeah, at this point things are pretty good. We could definitely still use better gear, but we're relatively comfortable with the gems that we have. So yeah, as part of the quest, Piety's running away, so we are we have to find another way through because she like blocked the path behind her. So I'm not sure if it was up in this area I was already going to on the map, or that might be some kind of dead end. But I think that's where we want to go. I'm not entirely sure if we had to even go to that little event of her going, or if you could have just ran into the next zone already. There's a lot of quests in this game where you're supposed to like talk to some NPC or whatever, but you don't actually need to do that part. You can just kind of skip right to doing the quest. Let's see. Just looking at all these items that dropped, if any of them have really good looking sockets. Also, we've got to watch what item types they are, because all the ones that are weapons, which are not bows, are not very useful compared to what the build is. Trying to find the next area. Ooh, that's nice. 22 dexterity isn't really the stat that we want, though. If it was a strength or intelligence amulet, that would be really good. Just like how the strength on the heavy belt is really good at this point in the game.
The wall between life and death is crumbling.
All right. Not sure if we have a... Looks like we don't have another quest reward just yet. You get a quest. But yeah. I couldn't remember if you get a quest reward for getting to this area, but looks like no. There's a guy named Fairgraves on the mini map or the overlay map. We're gonna talk to him later after we get the quest item that he wants. He just gives you a quest to get an item, but you can just go grab it and then bring it to him. And we are level 13. So yeah, we are 2 levels above the zone. Don't really need to level up anymore. Can definitely kill the boss of Act 1 at level 13. I did level up. Yeah. What am I spending this point on? Damage or... Yeah, let's see some damage. So we can get some attack speed stuff, or we can just get more of the pure damage kind of stuff. Or you can get both. But usually you go either one direction or the other to get to the big node on the other side, because the smaller nodes are not nearly as good as the big node. Poison, poison. Ooh, what are those gloves? Green, green, blue. Oh, we need the reds on our current gloves, though. Unfortunate. Oh, this is the next area. Okay, at this point you do get a quest reward, though. So we can go back here and get that. Is there anything for our build, though? We can do a rain of arrows AoE, but I don't think there's actually anything right now that's important for us to get. There's definitely lots of abilities I would get on different builds, but for this bow build, we're pretty good. We really just want some more links for our burning arrow to do more damage. But yeah, let's go back outside where we came. Because that's not where we want to go. We want to go in here for the quest. Get the quest item out here and take it back to the Fairgraves guy I was talking about. But yeah, I really should replace this bow. Yeah, I really should get a longbow. Probably before the boss, the act boss. Alright, wrapped boots gives us a couple of red sockets again. So if we put the wrapped boots on, then we can put vitality and clarity. Those are linked also. Interesting. Linking active skills doesn't really do anything. These are all active skills, not support gems. But anyways, yeah, that lets us put green, green, blue on our gloves. And that gives us another green gem that we can put with a burning arrow. So that's what we like to see. Wrong button. Why is... What? I must have accidentally right-clicked this earlier. It should be showing up over here to level it up. Wonder how long that's been like that. Because the damage over time is based entirely, well, not entirely, but is the base amount of it is based on the level of the gem. So by not leveling that up earlier, I've been missing out on the poison damage over time. The puddle damage has been less than it should have been. Since we swapped gems around, we have to make sure we turn back on vitality and clarity, because we had to take them off to shuffle gems around, so it got turned off. So you gotta be really careful about that. So this guy, you don't have to actually kill. You can just grab the quest item and get out of here. I said you can grab the quest item and get out of here. There we go. So yeah, that guy does enough cold damage to freeze you. So he can be actually dangerous. But yeah. We are... So yeah, we just got out of there. It's not like he would have killed us, because we have a pretty decent setup, but we're just taking the waypoint back to be close to Fairgraves. But yeah, killing him isn't particularly important.
Gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this.
My phone is beeping.
I'm sure, were the circumstances reversed, you'll do precisely the same.
Shore leave is over, Captain.
I got a new phone recently, and it's
Neither the time nor the place.
kind of interesting, the process to transfer my stuff from my old phone to my new phone. I was surprised it actually kept that little notification tone. I think we're just gonna sell all this stuff. A greater life flask. It's cool.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Let's see, we have a quest reward for killing Fairgraves. So another point. More bow damage. And then
Greetings.
I was considering buying a bow. Ooh. I was gonna grab a longbow. I didn't know you could buy a composite bow in Act 1. That is huge. Look at all that lightning damage. Well, you might not be able to read it because I'm recording this on a 1440p monitor in 720p. I've been recording stuff in 1080p recently off of the 1440p monitor, but I figured there's a lot of motion type of stuff that happens in Path of Exile that it would make the file sizes bigger than I want, so I went with 720p. So yeah, we can buy this for 1 orb of augmentation. That's pretty sweet. We're losing the 3-link gem stuff, but and the gems aren't even like the colors that we want, so we're gonna have to kind of give up on something to make that properly happen. But overall, it's pretty sweet. The amount of damage that's gonna be once we level up here,
Stay sharp out there.
gonna be really good. We might stick with what we have. Well, I'm not sure. So the shrapnel ballista is just so good. We're definitely using the shrapnel ballista. And then the burning arrow gets more value out of bow damage than the caustic arrow. But the boss summons a lot of adds. So caustic arrow's pretty useful on the boss. So I'm kind of torn in the decision as to what's more important for the boss fight there. But yeah, there's our level up, which allows us to use this bow now. Let's put our skill point in for more damage. And we're also only 1 point away from a significant damage increase. So the way these damage increases work is they're all additive. Whenever they say increased damage with bows, it's additive. So these projectile damage ones, we have, how much is this? 24% plus 10%. So we have 34% projectile damage plus 36% increased damage with bows. So that those all are additive. So if I get this 30% increased damage with bows, that's not 30% more damage than I currently have. That's 30% increased damage in addition to the existing increased damage I have, which was, what did I say, 34 plus 36 is 70% damage. So I go from 70% increased damage to 100% increased damage. So it's a lot less than a 30% more damage upgrade, but it's still a very significant chunk of damage. It's still going to be like 20% increase or 20% more damage or something from that node. But we will probably get to the boss before we level up again. So we're not gonna have that in time for the boss fight, most likely. We are one area away from the area that the boss is in, so pretty close. But again, we are really looking for new chest armor primarily right now. I should have actually checked the vendor on that as well. Especially for this new bow. Since we're losing 3 green gem slots. I didn't actually get a thing for the burning arrow either. Still needs a support gem. So yeah, as you level up the vitality and clarity gems for the life and mana regeneration, they reserve more mana, but they give you more regen. So the clarity one is very helpful for getting you to a point where you almost never have to use your mana potions. Definitely planned on getting farther in this video, but I've been pretty rusty and spent a lot of time talking, so not sure how much of Act 2 I'm gonna do today. Also, normally, when you're trying to rush through, you use your movement abilities way more than I've been using them. But I've been trying to avoid dashing into a bunch of enemies and then dying in 2 seconds and looking like a dumbass. And also, I think watching somebody dash around constantly is just harder to follow what's going on. Like, not good for the viewer experience. So, that's also a little bit part of it. But, yeah. We can dash every few seconds if we really want to. It also just uses up a bit of mana, which very early on in the game isn't too exciting. Alright, so this is the little boss arena. We need to decide what are we killing her with. I think we're going with probably Pierce on the burning arrow. We won't do caustic arrow at all. That's what I'm thinking here. So yeah, she does a lot of cold damage stuff, which if you are not mentally prepared to play defensively, your health will drop fairly quickly. Yeah, I just got chunked there. Without caustic arrow, it's kind of hard to get in there, but I do have Pierce on my burning arrow, so even if there's little guys in front of her, I can still shoot her with burning arrows, which are pretty good single target damage. It's a very slow attack, though. We will have a lot better attack speed later in the game.
Why must men
Alright.
turn us into monsters?
That went reasonably well. Coral ring. Coral rings are great. They give you max life, which helps you not die. Ooh, and this one has 2 good stats on it. Got intelligence, which I need so that I can keep leveling up our intelligence requiring gems. But it's also got adds damage to attacks. So our iron ring already adds some damage to our attacks. So it's not like a pure upgrade in that respect. But it's good that we're not losing this damage. It's just a straight up upgrade over that ring. These other things, not so great. Wait, battered foil, we can grab that. We can sell it. So this is sort of Act 2, but it's sort of not Act 2 until you get to the Act 2 town. So we can go forward and do that, or you can go back to the Act 1 town first to sell things. Because some enemies in here might drop something worth picking up. And then you'll be kind of annoyed if you have a full inventory. But let's keep moving. Didn't hit. Oh yeah, we were looking at level 15 is when I'm gonna get our skill point for the big damage node on our passive tree. The 30% increased bow damage one. Gonna be sweet. Alright, so here's the Act 2 town. Let us sell all these things which don't really have value. Let's sell that too.
Travel far.
Else.
Make it far.
Sell this. I'm gonna decide, do we sell these large life flasks for another greater life flask? We could do that. And then we'll put this medium life flask on here, which we probably won't need, but yeah. Good. Let's control click some of these currency items in here. Reorganize a little bit. And then right now Burning Arrow ain't so great compared to our Caustic Arrow. We're gonna put Caustic Arrow back on there. I'm gonna change the Pierce out for the Volley. Yeah. So yeah, you can talk to NPCs, get quests, yada yada.
Ready, Exile? It is time to hunt.
This guy's a character. So this is a League mechanic thing.
Power corrupts and corruption empowers.
And forgot we don't have Burning Arrow anymore. Temporarily.
And kindly stay dead.
But yeah, anyways, this guy is like a League mechanic thing. In this case, there's these beasts that have there'll be a red marked one on the map, and there'll be a few yellow ones, and he just wants you to capture them all by attacking them until their health gets down to 0, and then he like throws a net on them to capture them. So these beasts can be pretty dangerous, particularly the red beast. Always summons more dudes, so it's pretty annoying.
First ones look upon this capture with pride, Exile. You hunt well.
Loot, loot, loot. Yeah, so just as the introduction to this league mechanic, we need to kill all the beasts on the map.
Off you go, little beast. Away!
So I'm just looking around, trying to find these other 2 beasts, and then we will continue on with the story quest stuff.
This one is captured. I now will take it.
We should probably do this thing. Whoops. With some enemies. Not sure how tough they'll be now that we're in Act 2. Alright. That wasn't too bad. I don't know how that actually works. Like, how far are we from leveling that thing, that bow up?
That was a great hunt. It will surprise.
Alright, that's over with. Now we can move on. We've got a couple skill points to spend also. So get our bow damage plus when you get the main one in the ring, you can also get the mastery point in the center, which you get to choose from any one of these other ones. But I don't think any of these are that good. At least not currently. Later in the game, they could be better. But currently, with the gear that we have and stuff, not that great. So I think I'm gonna move down this way. We can get this for lots of attack speed, and also gets us to this projectile damage stuff here, and it gets us to health stuff over here, and we can go farther out this way for a big chunk of strength if we want. So there's definitely good stuff in that direction. There's also more bow stuff over here, but some of the bow nodes aren't necessarily good for whatever build you're getting, so you don't want to just go for every bow section that's on the map. You gotta look and see if it's really what you want to get. Although maybe we also go up here. No, we'll go here first. We'll get this stuff first, and then we'll consider if we want to go up here, or we will go down this way. Usually I go down this way. You get some life stuff here and armor and evasion, which makes your character tanky. Cause dying on a hardcore character really sucks. So I hadn't realized, it looks like that thing builds up towards the passive tree for the bow. Like it didn't start at 0. I thought it was like a go from 0 to maximum enemies each time. But it was actually starting, it looked like at the spot where we left off at the previous time, so... Yeah. Yeah. So in Act 1, we did a labyrinth trial in the prison. So there's a couple labyrinth trials. In Act 2, I can't remember if one is down to the right or not. There's definitely one in the area up to the left, which we need to go for the main quest anyways. Unless my memory is just totally off. But I can't remember if we need to go down to the right at all. Silly monkeys. Let's just hold this thing till... Actually, do I want to? I guess we're doing it. See how dangerous this is. Alright. We haven't actually got, like, a bunch of dangerous enemies yet. Interesting. So we leveled up again. Let's spin that point. And now we have this new thing. Adds 5 to 10 cold damage. Sweet. I guess we don't get any choice at this time. I guess you gotta level it up again to get another point. I don't know if you get more nodes for the passive tree, or maybe it's just not giving me very many options because it's a low level weapon. And then a higher level weapon would have more tree option stuff. But yeah, let's... Ooh, I haven't actually decided where we're gonna help. Probably Ilaria like I usually do. Alright, so one of the quests that we are on is to deal with the bandits. And there's 3 factions of bandits. One is essentially the dexterity guy who we're coming up to right now. One is a intelligence caster chick, and then one's a strength-based type of dude. And you can kill all 3 of them, and the guy in town will award you with, I think, like 2 skill points or something. Or you can help one of the bandits, and then you will get permanent buffs to your characters. So,
Travel.
if you help this guy, you get permanent attack speed and elemental ailment avoidance and movement speed. So, it's pretty good stuff. I usually go with the caster lady. She gives you more elemental resistances and some other stuff. But mainly for the elemental resistances, which is very convenient, especially early on in the game, where your resistances are usually pretty bad. So getting more resistances makes especially certain boss fights much more manageable. Once you get to like level 40 or so, you start getting to bosses that if your resistances are bad, you'll get killed pretty fast. So yeah, let us kill this guy though, because he's not the one we want to help out. Well, not the one that I want to help out. Like I said, it's not his upgrades are definitely not bad.
After what this land's become.
Yeah, at this point in the game, I'm gonna afford to use a teleport scroll. Go back here, sell stuff.
Going?
We could use this amulet probably. This dexterity we have plenty of. Yeah, now we're going back here. Going this way for the main quest stuff, and like I said, we got to do the lab trial.
The men here should have listened to their hearts. Their minds are not their own.
I guess. Oh, I see. So the thing that you're holding down on is your experience towards that point, apparently. Wait. Is this upgrade? 64 evasion, 16 energy shield. No. Not really. Kind of is, but it's kind of not. Oh, I was getting confused with the different section of the game. Okay, yeah. We are just looking for the exit here. And now that we're in the level 2, there's a thing that tells you the Lord's Labyrinth solved the trial of ascendancy in this area. So this is how you know that you have another lab trial to find. So there is a different quest that we're here for. But we want to make sure we do the lab trial here. We got this red beast that's trying to grief us. I got frozen there. That was a little bit scary.
Great job, Exile. I now will take the captured beast to the menagerie.
Lots of rare items. Ooh, a recurve bow. The chances of this being better than our bow with the 3 to 48 lightning damage is not very good though. 27 to 50 fire damage. 3 to 48 lightning damage. Oh my god. That's amazing. Still doesn't have like the right sockets that we want. But overall it's still really good. I'm impressed. Actually attacks even slower. Alright, I guess we are now leveling up that bow instead of the other one. Do. Oh yeah. Dodge the traps. Oh dear. That was very hard to see what was going on. Oh, there's multiple yellow beasts over here. That's what's going on.
What? Do you not have debts,
I'm dying.
friends now?
That was pretty scary. Okay, let's just get through here. Kill these beasts.
We don't have to kill these beasts, but at this point,
That was a hunch you will
as
not
well.
soon forget.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is
All right.
wisdom,
Lab trial done.
is fear.
Now we just need to move on with the quest in this area. Let's get some life here. It's generally at the end of each act you want to have 300 life per act. So 300 life in act 1, 600 life in act 2, 900 life in act 3, and so on. So yeah, you don't necessarily need to invest in life in Act 1, but over the course of the game you do need to invest in life if you're trying to not get one shot.
That thing! It slaughtered everyone! Help me!
So yeah, that was this is like Piety's new monstrous creation, blah blah blah.
Put an end to this cruel experiment.
So yeah.
Piety?
Yeah, Piety causing more trouble. But yeah, rescuing Helena gives us
Farewell.
quest reward, I think, from somebody. This guy. We could get Frenzy. Frenzy is just a super fast single target attack thing. Not too good on other options. So we'll take that gem, but I mean, we could put it in here. Well, really, we could have had Burning Arrow in here already, but since we didn't, let's put Frenzy in here. So that has 350 damage per second, or if we put in Burning Arrow, 468 damage per second. Except Frenzy gives you a stacking attack speed increase. So Frenzy might actually be better, even though its base DPS is definitely worse than Burning Arrow. I don't know. We'll see how it plays. I should sell things first. We could see if this belt's better than what I got. Those stats are pretty lousy though.
What?
I think we're selling all this stuff. Ooh, ring upgrade. We'll sell this ring. We can put this ring on. We can sell this Jade Amulet also. And sell this Mana Flask. Here we got a better one.
Return if you must.
Might as well also just stash
some things, just free up some space. Definitely got some gems we're not really using, but just leave them in my inventory for now. Yeah, I'm not... I have notes on where all the lab trials are. I don't remember if there's another one in the upper right area of the map. I feel like there might be. But it's possible that I'm getting it confused with an area later in the game. These guys are dangerous. These friggin' guys. They are a new addition since whenever they buffed Act 2, like a year ago. They put these exploding things on the ground that deal way too much damage. We could check this bow out, but yeah, it's really hard to beat our current bow. Yeah, this area over here. I'm just gonna go over there. I feel like there's a lab trial in the area down here. I could be wrong, but I feel like you do have to go here once on one of your characters for the lab trial. So this area is a little bit lower level than the area we were just at, so we're just gonna kind of rush through it. We could do this. I'm not sure if these things like scale to your level or something. I gotta imagine they do something that you can't just farm low level areas to level up your weapons.
There's no resting on your laurels in Raycast.
Bring the beast in my sights, Exile. The first ones look upon this capture with pride, Exile. You hunt well.
Leveling up the gems. Well, leveling up in general. We really do need to replace this chest armor. So, wow. That actually did a worrying amount of damage. Even though we are 4 levels higher than this area.
I will take it.
Alright, crypt level 1. Yeah, there's a lab trial in this area. That's what I thought. Let's get it done. Yeah, we can level up our bow some more. Do we go all the way? Sure, let's go all the way. These sort of mechanics are always designed to try to kill you if you get too greedy, essentially. So I'm trying to be careful about that. Lab trial. We just gotta dodge a bunch of spiky things. You don't necessarily have to press all the buttons.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
Okay. And then, yeah, let's portal out of here. Go back to where we were earlier. And we want to go up to the left to try to find the area that we need to get to later. Because we gotta kill a dude in here. He's the other bandit that we want to kill. The strength guy, essentially. Yeah, this would be good stuff. Let's see. I have a lot of items which I have for their sockets, but at this point in the game, they have such little defensive stats on them that they're not really worth. I'm kind of over investing into the sockets at the moment. So I should probably be switching them out. It's a tough decision. You definitely do more damage when you have more sockets. But survivability is pretty good. Wait, did I actually right click to view the passive tree? What did it give me? It gave me lightning damage and chance to shock. Interesting. It already had lightning damage on it. Interesting. You get a whole bunch of intelligence. Yeah. So yeah, that's the waypoint we're gonna come back to later. For now, we're gonna kill the guy. This area is actually level 19. So if you can come here earlier, and it'll be fairly difficult. But we are in a good spot.
your peace, Oak.
If you are not well equipped, that guy takes a very long time to kill because he keeps doing this thing that regenerates his health. Super annoying. This is just the good old massive shrine. Makes your character bigger and do more damage. Of course, you lose it when you leave the area, so. Could have hung around to get more value out of it, but we are good on experience for a bit. We definitely don't need to be farming experience. See, this area is level 15 compared to that other area is level 19, so like I said, it's a very big difference. Alright, so we gotta do a couple things here. First of all, coming down here, this is the area where Heidi closed off with like a bunch of thorns or whatever earlier in Act 1. So we gotta kill the guy down here to open the way to Act 1, and we actually have a quest from Act 1 to do that. So we have to go back to Act 1 after we do that to turn it in, and that will give us a skill point.
Far too much baggage.
Oh, we don't got the space for that. We gotta just grab it and then click it here, and then it's good. So yeah, we can kill this guy in essence. Oh, I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. So, an essence is an item that you use it on a non-magical item and it becomes a rare item with one guaranteed stat based on what item type it is. So, in this case, if I use this on an armor, it'll be guaranteed to have fire resistance on it. So, as we were looking earlier at our gear needing upgrades, I'm thinking we put this, gotta right click and put this on here, and then now it's a nice helmet with plus 35 life on it. So that's pretty cool. We gotta move some stuff around though, because obviously our gem situation has gotten messed up by doing that. Alright. We do not have the spot to put some of this stuff. Oh, we got a rare ring. Let's see what that is. Not too good. Our rings that have life on them are probably better. Let's check out the copper plate, I guess, and the war plate. Those aren't terribly exciting. I mean, these have red slots on them too, but what I really need more of is green slots.
Let's see. Alteration Orb. Let's just drop Spectral Throw. Gems. Skill gems sell for very little. They sell for like a roll of wisdom fragment, if I recall correctly. Oops. We haven't fixed our... We haven't fixed our stuff yet. We need our shrapnel ballista again. We're gonna get rid of caustic arrow. And then we're gonna put pierce. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Oof. We're using a lot of mana now. So you can stop leveling up your vitality and clarity gems if you want to stop them from reserving too much mana. And I should probably do that. The good thing, though, is we have a lot of mana regen. So we can spam abilities and not really have to worry about it. So we're looking for... I gotta remember, I don't have Caustic Arrow right now. I will need Caustic Arrow for a certain upcoming mini-boss fight. But yeah. So Alira's the one that we're helping because all resistance is really nice. Mana regeneration's also pretty nice at some point when we no longer use clarity. And then global critical strike multiplier is good more so later in the game when you have a higher crit chance. So we are helping Alira. We already killed the other two guys, so we get those benefits right away. We also get this quest item, which we will use in a little while. I'm actually gonna put this here. We don't need splitting steel or that item anymore. Actually, well, yeah. Anyways, we are looking for right now the spider nest area, the Weaver's Chambers. So it's either on the upper left side of the map or on the lower right side of the map. So since we've been kind of hugging the upper left edge of the map and haven't found it, it's probably down here somewhere. Still need to also go back to Act 1 to spend that, or to turn in that quest to get that skill point I was talking about.
Your torment is over.
Alright. What am I spending the skill points on right now? I want more projectile projectile damage right now. It's pretty good. Or do I really need, like, strength or intelligence? We could also look at going a different direction from our starting area. Particularly some of the nodes right next to your starting area are worth getting, even if you don't go further in that direction. So I am contemplating. Let's just continue going down this way like I planned. Towards more damage. Alright, another essence. That's another rare item we can get out of that. If we can find... What do we really need? We really need a chest, gloves, or boots that have the right sockets on them. Green sockets. 3 links. Interesting. Another bow. Yeah, earlier in the game, can't really afford to identify everything, but at this point, well, you don't want to identify everything, but you can definitely afford to identify anything that might be an upgrade for your build. But yeah, so the boss of the spider area is going to have a lot of minions that keep spawning. So we're gonna really need Caustic Arrow for that. Well, it doesn't have to be Caustic Arrow, but we want specifically an AoE ability instead of Frenzy or Burning Arrow. Well, those could work with the right support gems, but we don't have the sockets to do that. This is a Vol side area, though. So the enemies here are a little bit more dangerous, but the reward for doing this area can be decent, so that's why we're here. That's what that weird red icon on the map was. All vessel. What do we got? we have Volcanic Fissure. Is that a new gem? Doesn't look familiar. Vol Storm Call, which is... Storm Call's not very great. And then Vol Venom Gyre. That's a dagger or claw only skill, so it's not something that you... It's not a common ability. Let's just drop our decoy totem here. So a Vol skill is you kill enemies and it kind of charges up the Vol skill. And the Vol skill is like a more powerful version of the base skill, essentially. So not every skill has a Vol skill, which is kind of a balance issue in the game. But yeah, overall, Vol skills are really cool if you are using one. But yeah, you get other things out of those Vol side areas besides just Vol skills, but in our case, we didn't happen to get any. But one of the things you usually get is corrupted items. So I'll talk more about those once we actually find one. Yeah, we're using this bow. And quality or 0.4% crit chance. We're gonna go with quality. So quality on a weapon gives more damage. So there's items that you get which you use on your weapons and armor to give them more quality. But there's also special modifiers that give more quality as well. So yeah, we need to switch back in the caustic arrow. What's the caustic arrow? Oh, it's over here still. And we're putting that well, I guess we're not switching anything out for it. We want Shrapnel Ballista to still have Pierce support, so that's our only green linked thing right now. And we don't really have any red gems, red support gems to put with a caustic arrow. Anyways, so yeah. Our options right now are shitty. Until we get ourselves better gear. And gear with the right gem slots. If I remember, we will try to buy some gear in town after this. I might forget. Alright. Yeah, that wasn't so bad because we are 5 levels too high. Or, well, we were 4 levels too high for this area. But yeah, we need to free up some space here for quest item and a couple other potentially useful items. This is an intelligence amulet, which is possibly going to be useful. Yeah, that's pretty good. The way calculations are done, generally physical damage to attacks is better than any kind of elemental damage to attacks. Generally. Because physical damage for any kind of elemental spells like Burning Arrow converts all your physical damage to fire damage. Yeah. It just sort of usually ends up being better in that way. So yeah, we got another skill point. We get that for strength also. I didn't realize that also had strength. That's pretty cool. We need to clear out some inventory space here. This might be good now that we have an extra source of strength. Yeah, let's wear that one instead. We need that life. I think we get rid of that ring. And then let's see, we get rid of that. We get rid of these. See what he's got for armor and gloves and boots. Green, blue, blue. This is a low level armor, so that's not useful. Green, green, red for boots. That's pretty good. I think we're taking that one. We are losing clarity, which is not ideal, but yeah, 1 orb of transmutation. Alright, we're taking that, and then we're gonna make it a rare item with our thing, so doing that. We lose clarity. We are selling these boots now. We want to sell this helmet. We'll sell that also. We'll sell that. Actually, we'll keep the fire resistance ring. We might need that later. There's a certain fire damage boss that's very dangerous if you don't have at least 50% fire resist. He's significantly later in the game, but this is called an implicit modifier, is every ruby ring has fire resistance on it. And that implicit modifier is just so strong against that and other fire boss kind of guys. regardless of whatever other stats this ring actually has. Item variety, not too great. We got another life flask here to swap in. All right. Oh yeah, so caustic arrow, or I think we actually go burning arrow here. We gotta. What do I keep it on? Frenzy. Let's keep it on frenzy. Frenzy is just kind of better quality of life in that it gives you the frenzy charges for faster attack speed. So we'll do that.
I thought you were a fool.
And we come back here for the quest item. But also we're gonna buy support gems for frenzy. We need a red gem. So I came back here intending to get extra fire damage. Although, yeah, I think we gotta go extra fire damage. We don't really have much choice. Our other options also suck. So the reason why, whoops, that goes here. The reason why extra fire damage isn't great is because it's a percentage of your physical damage as extra fire damage. But our bow has a bunch of elemental damage built into it. So that elemental damage doesn't get converted to extra fire damage. Only the base physical damage of the bow gets converted to extra fire damage. So the DPS here, 531 compared to 475, isn't nearly as much of a DPS increase as if we had a pure physical weapon. Anyways, we need another green gem for frenzy to go with. Fierce is always good. We could go volley. I really want... I really prefer just a single target DPS thing. But I don't think we got too many good options. Ah, faster attack support. I forgot that was a thing. Faster attack support is actually really good. It is so good, in fact, that, well, so the thing with faster attack support is that it's increased attack speed, so it stacks additively with other increased attack speed things. So I don't think it's multiplicative with the frenzy charge attack speed that you get. So it's got like less value on frenzy here. So maybe we actually use a burning arrow instead of frenzy after all. That's what I'm thinking. But I also thought I wanted to look at our options here in Act 2. This is a good gem. We're totally needing that. Just double checking our other options here. Yeah, so this is a very good gem. So for Burning Arrow here, we have 865 DPS with the added fire damage support. Let's see what this other one. 928 DPS. So yeah. Supported attack skills deal 20% more elemental damage. And since Burning Arrow converts all the physical damage of the bow to fire damage, this is just purely 20% more damage on Burning Arrow. That's very good. Not sure if there were any other good support gems we want to buy from here. Not sure if we ever really looked at all the active gems that we unlocked earlier. So yeah, nothing terribly. Some of these abilities are really good on other builds, but not so much for what we got. Yeah, support gems. Point blank. Point blank's pretty good. I think it's really good on the shrapnel ballista because they have such short range anyways. But yeah, we need more sockets. Gotta get the chest and the gloves upgraded. Alright, yeah.
Goodbye.
Things are looking pretty good. Oh, we didn't spend any point yet. Where are we going? Let's go down here. Going towards this area like I was talking about. Get some good stuff. And we can also get some really good stuff for our ballista totems down this way. So you get some massively increased totem damage by going down here. We do need to keep in mind we don't have clarity. We don't got all that beautiful mana regen that we used to have. Because we don't have a blue slot to put it in right now. Unless we were to take out Prismatic Burst, but... Weapon quality! These archer guys shoot a ability called Exploding Arrow, which explodes after a couple seconds, but it like stacks up. So you can take massive bursts of damage from that. So you gotta be careful that you do realize that, or you might suddenly die. Yeah, we are a little bit higher level than we need to be here, so... or even then, we want to be here. We're just gonna not worry too much about killing everything. Generally, it's still worthwhile to kill a bunch of clumped up enemies for the experience. Or you kill them because they're blocking your way. But we don't have to kill them for experience.
Way to put this right. I have to find it.
Yeah, we put in that little pyramid quest item that we got a long time ago. And the world has gone dark. Just like Diablo 2, Act 2, when you get to the Temple of the Jade Serpent or whatever. Or wait, no. I think the world goes dark before that. But then you go to the Temple of the Jade Serpent to fix the world. So that area on the map is just an optional area. We are just trying to go sort of northwest. Another life flask. Damage, 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 damage. Yeah. Love of the bow. Okay. Good thing I got a moment ability. Oh, let's see. Life flask. Can't quite fit this in here, can we? At least not without dropping a couple other things. Why do we have a second dash? Might as well drop the second burning arrow. And yeah, I guess we'll drop the second dash. Those sort of things you sometimes keep in your stash to give to another character, but those particular abilities are not that great. Alright, level 25 in a level 22 zone. I'm still a little bit ahead. We're coming up on another waypoint soon, so we'll be able to really go back to town at that point. Keeping an eye out for potential item upgrades still, though. Don't really need the combination of blue and red, though. Any greens? All right, we have a crafting recipe. So yeah. We have something in this game called the hideout, which is
All right.
we saved Helena in it earlier on in Act 2, and then you unlock hideouts, and then you also get access to the crafting bench, but you have to unlock the crafting recipes each season. So you start with a few basic ones, but past that you have to unlock the recipes, which most of them are found at various points in the game. I'll probably identify this. Now we can put caustic arrow with a volley again. That's good. But yeah, anytime you are struggling is a good time to consider putting your some of your better pieces of gear that you're not going to replace soon on here, and then you upgrade them with one upgrade. So for example, if I really needed lightning resistance right now, I could put lightning resistance on this piece of armor, and that would help me out a lot. Yeah. You don't use it too much early on in the game, but sometimes it's very helpful. It's just kind of on the expensive side. Can't use it like crazy. But yeah, let's go back to town here. People are unhappy that it's still dark. It'll be fixed once we finish the act. We can sell
Exiles.
do we do that?
No.
Maybe not.
Exiles.
I was thinking maybe we upgrade our flasks some more.
What troubles you?
We sell this one, and this one. We get one upgrade there. Then we gotta go back to a downgrade here, though.
Exiles. What
If this guy's got gloves that we want. Gloves. No 3 links.
Going?
Alright, let's go finish Act 2. We've got just another, at my speed, probably 10 minutes. We can kind of rush it though. Maybe more like 5 minutes. We're just trying to rush to the stairs. We're just looking at the map overlay, waiting for that. We're just kind of running around looking for the orange icon to the next level. We got stuck there. Dead end.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
That's over that one. Pyramid Apex. Alright, here's the boss of Act 2. Another crafting recipe thing. So this boss is fairly tanky. Not too dangerous unless you stand still for some of his abilities. If your damage is bad though, the ads that he spawns can be kind of a pain in that they take too long to kill. But he got away. But yeah, easy fight when you have the gear. We are definitely getting pretty carried by our bow. Yeah, that's basically Act 2. But we're gonna get to the city here to sort of get to the more official start of Act 3. A giant mana flask.
Far too much baggage.
Let's just get rid of some of these lower level things that aren't really good for us anymore. Rearranging. We can fit this in here, I guess. Wait, we got 4 Link boots already? That's interesting. They're not rare, but they're 4 Links. 2 reds, a blue, and a green. That's probably something I should use. Well, actually, I really do want the blue socket to get clarity back on, but probably don't really need it. We are doing pretty good on mana regeneration even without clarity. So really the 4 links ideally the way it's used is to have 1 active ability and 3 support gems for it. But the combination of gem colors here is not that good for our build. You can change the colors of the gem sockets with the chromatic orbs, but the chances of what colors they are depends on the type of armor it is. In this case, it's armor energy shield, which means it's going to be much more likely to get blue and red sockets than to get green sockets. So on average, to get more green sockets, you would need a lot of chromatic orbs to get what you probably want for our current build. So yeah, I don't know why she was like tied up there, but she asked us to save her boyfriend. So yeah, that's how Act 3 starts, is we're supposed to save her boyfriend, basically. But, well, let's find him first. But yeah, that's where we're gonna end the video. Just looking down here, I think I'm spending my points here. We're gonna go, like I said earlier, for some tankiness down here, and then we're gonna go down here to get really good ballista totems. I mean, they're already really good, but I mean, like, really good as in don't even need to use other abilities because they're really, really, really good. Yeah, we're gonna sell our 4-link boots and this other stuff.
Good luck to you.
Just throw some stuff in the stash. Control left click. And that's about it.